All right, we're streaming. This should some music on. So today we have a few things to do. One thing is I was thinking about this, which is that because I've had those hard drive failures on my NAS, it was starting to get me to think about the reliability of the solid state drive and the servers. So there's just a single drive, it's not in RAID, and it should be mostly fine, and everything I have I can basically redeploy fairly quickly, but it would be nice if a drive failed to not have that issue. Also, I'm like, I realized I wanted to create another cluster and I'm kind of running out of space. So I was thinking about, should I get more drives? They're insanely expensive right now. They're like 3 times higher than they were just 4 months ago in October. So I don't really know if it's viable, but that got me looking at the write, the lifetime write capacity. And for my drives, it's about 1.2 petabytes. So then if you look at this, we're doing sort of 4 megabytes per second, 4.5 of active writes. And I think that gives us like a 9-year lifespan, assuming we do no writes other than these. Plus we're going to have like additional writes on top of that, right? So I was thinking I should try to get this down a bit. Really, I'd like to stay under like 2 or 3, which would give me like a 14-year lifespan or something. As long as I can get a long enough lifespan that, you know, hopefully the SSD prices come back down. But if I have an SSD die, it's a pain for 2 reasons, right? Or not, it wouldn't die, it would just stop allowing writes. It's a pain for 2 reasons right now, right? Which is that I don't want to buy 2 drives to replace it because they're too expensive. I want to get bigger drives. Yeah, I just can't have that happen when I'm not ready for it. So I tried to figure out what this was last night. It seems like a large part of this is metrics writes, but it's still only like 1.5 megabytes per second. I think I got it down a little bit, so I think it was like 6 yesterday was the average, and so I think it is lower than it was. Let's see. I don't know, it's hard to tell. You know, it's like not substantially lower than it was before. So I'm gonna explore that a little bit. One thing that's kind of funny here, you can see these reads. The reads were insanely high on ComGuppy. There was something wrong with the Dagster setup. So we had Dagster running, and we had a bunch of jobs. We never cleaned up those jobs or like limited the amount of jobs there could be. And so those kept piling up in the database. So apparently, even when you do auto vacuum with Postgres, it'll still scan that old data until you do a specific thing to create an exclusive lock to clean that up. So yeah, anyways, it was just like checking what jobs are pending and it was doing this constantly. And because it had been a huge table at some point that had been cleared, we were doing tons of reads on this cluster. So those are all fixed. The other thing too is that, so I tried to fix the metrics ingestion a little bit last night, and we have a bunch of VM agents and they all send to the main VM agent in the management prod cluster. So we have VM agent in all of our clusters collecting metrics, and then those forward to VM agent in management prod. So I was thinking, you know, maybe for each one of those, it's like doubling or tripling the writes or something. That's not the case. It seems like in that interval window, the scrape interval, Victoria Metrics server will deduplicate, so it's not going to double the writes or anything. Yeah, it's kind of weird because I think like I think about FluentBit, and I'm pretty sure we buffer FluentBit to disk, but it looks like the logs are not nearly as big of a factor as the metrics. And I don't know if VM agent is buffering to disk right now. I thought we set that up, but I'm not totally sure. So you would think if each VM agent was buffering to disk, then you'd be doing quite a bit more writes. I'll probably ask here in a second. This is one of the first things I want to do is just see if I can get this down a bit, because, you know, this is just a continuous write workload. So even if I can get it down, you know, 20, 30%, that adds 20 or 30% to the longevity of the SSD, essentially. Assuming it doesn't fail from something else. But yeah, you can see here that we reduced from 3 VM agents in each cluster to 2, because I don't know, if one node goes down, there's still another node, and if only one node is up, then like it's not really gonna, we can't do metrics anyways. So we did that, and then there were some things that had a bunch of extra labels, a bunch of extra histogram buckets that were kind of useless. And so we were able to get that down from about 450 megabits per second of traffic on the Proxmox host to about 60 megabits per second. So it doesn't really matter that much because we have 100 gigabits per second, but you know, a little bit extra capacity, less noise, less load, and it's less load on the disk. I mean, on the CPU, you can see. I guess that's actually the biggest thing. Just handling all that traffic is pretty high CPU load. We went from, it looks like averaging 25% to averaging 13%. So that gives us a lot more headroom. We should have less IO steel, less steel now. We have to look at the VMs to see what the steel is. Let's take a look actually. Let's look at a VM that's doing something. Who's going to be doing the most? Management prod? Agent? Yeah, so you can see we have a 0.5% steel, and then we went down to 0.1%. So that should actually be pretty significant. Steel is when you try to schedule something and the hypervisor says no, blocks you for a few milliseconds at a time. Yeah, looking at that makes me think, I wonder if we should get this a little bit lower. But 60 megabits per second is pretty reasonable, I think. I don't know. Who knows? Did anything else change here? This is kind of interesting, right? Our disk read latency got higher once we got rid of all the reads. Be interesting. Because we have 30 millisecond spikes on the disk reads here. Huge. Anything else stand out? Let's see. Looks the same. Network. Context switching went down, got cut. What is that? 30%? Yeah, this is the only thing that's a little bit weird to me. I should take a look into. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do this kind of out of the gate here, just get this cleaned up. This is gonna be a problem. So this is what I was looking at all this because I want to create this new cluster. We use QCOW2, which sort of thin provisions the VM disks. But we're starting to hit our limits here, and I'm gonna have to buy new disks or something, or allocate more space. We only have 800 gigs allocated to Verilib data, which is where all the VM disks are. I think I could maybe steal some space from Ceph, which I kind of like over gave storage. So the Proxmox Ceph has way more than it needs right now. I should probably reduce that. What was the other thing I should add here? Add bucket policies to the buckets. Is this and clean up the, what is it called? rclone delete. Yeah, that's what I think we should use. I have no bucket policies on the Pulumi bucket stuff. It's only a few gigabytes right now, so it's not a huge deal, but I should set up some bucket policies so that doesn't grow forever. Yeah, I really want to figure this out actually right now. First, let me finish talking about this. I was starting to think about setting up our Argo workflows. Argo over here. Made the Argo workflows. They're working. We need to schedule them on pushes and stuff. So I was looking at doing that with GitHub, but then I'm thinking, like, do I want to be on GitHub? GitHub doesn't seem to make this easy. I have to just have some sort of shared token or something to be able to fetch, and it has to go through public traffic. Like, it's not through any sort of VPC or anything. GitHub Enterprise I don't want to pay for to do self-hosting right now, and you know, they're starting to do these kind of more shitty policies to just collect money, collect rent, like trying to charge for agents that you host yourself. So I was thinking about that. I was like, should I move to GitLab? Looking into this a little bit more. GitLab's pretty heavy. And ultimately it seems like this, I have no idea how to say this. Forgejo. So how I guess you should say it. Forgejo. Forgejo. This is open source. This is based on Gidia, which is what a lot of people used. If you're kind of doing your own local stuff. I think they've added a lot of functionality to make it pretty compatible. Like if you were on GitHub and you were using GitHub Actions, I think you can do a lot of, like they have the same action runner support for the most part, but maybe not like the full breadth of what you can do with GitHub Actions, but it makes it a little bit easier to switch. So I want to set this up. When I looked into setting this up, I was thinking about the architecture of the clusters here. I don't even know how to show this. Let's see. Yeah, I'd have to like find a document or something. We have a bunch of clusters. For example, we have core prod, build prod, app dev, app prod, management prod. Let's say those. We have more, but so core prod is the trunk. Build prod writes core prod. This is a leaf, and this is also a leaf. So the idea here was like you want to run Vitess or Kafka, right? You could run these inside of app dev and app prod, but, and this is what most people do, I'm not a huge fan of doing that because when you put Kafka and Vitess every place you need it, it's like, well, what if I need it in build prod now? I'm going to now set up another deployment and have to manage that. Like these are a lot of work to manage. So I'd rather just set up Kafka and Vitess once, really think about the parameters there. These things are designed to be able to have lots of different consumers and producers writing to the, reading and writing from them. So just deploy in one place and do it right. So that's kind of the idea behind core prod, is like all these core things, setting up rook Ceph. I'll set up rook Ceph and core prod. Everything else will just set up the operator to write to core prod. So this is the trunk. All the other clusters depend on it, and it's important to know that because if core prod goes down, all the other clusters are down. So this is like the highest risk thing to work on. But then it makes everything else a lot easier to work on because you know what your impact radius is. And you don't have this situation where you're trying to manage 10 different deployments of Kafka and Vitess and stuff. Or Postgres or whatever you're trying to do. So this is what we have. And when I set this up, I was considering doing something like a core prod or aux prod or something, which would also be a trunk, but not live, not actively breaking. is you want to separate out the failure modes of different stuff. So I set up docker-registry in here, but the docker-registry doesn't actively break anything, right? If the docker-registry goes down, you can't schedule new pods, but nothing's broken. So this is similar to like the control plane in your agent nodes. When the control plane goes down, you can still handle workloads. So the docker-registry was in core prod, but like it wouldn't break anything actively. And so then I'm thinking about where does Forgejo go? The obvious thing would be core prod. And that's where I was also going to put things like, what about artifact repos like JFrog? You just put all this stuff in core prod. But now you have this issue, which is like, what if docker-registry or Forgejo or JFrog? What if any of these misbehaves, messes up bytest? So there's just some risk that any deployment can mess up any other deployment. Like in Kubernetes, things are just not isolated. Like I don't think people realize that. Like you create these pods are not isolated. Like they run on the same nodes. They can really affect the other use cases within the same cluster. So yeah, what happens if any of these misbehaves? And so you don't want a situation where prod went down because your Docker registry acted up or Forgejo acted up, and none of these things should affect the live traffic of the services. You know, if these things go down, it's not good. I think you need to deal with it. But it's not like everything's on fire. So I considered like sort of a core aux prod initially, and I kind of just decided against it because the only use case I had initially for it was the Docker registry. But now we have dex-internal, or internal, so, and Forgejo. And so all of these are not actively breaking, but they're all pretty important. Repositories, these are all kind of in the same line. And so I'm going to make a new cluster called platform prod. And this will handle all of these types of things. Things that if they went down, it would not be good. But and so this is a new trunk. I don't even know. Trunk. It's also a trunk. We have two trunks. The branches are connected together. I don't know. That's kind of the idea. We're gonna set up this, but we kind of need to deal with storage space. Make more room and data LVM partition puzzle. So I kind of fucked up by making Ceph bigger than it should have been, because now the Proxmox Ceph bigger, because I don't know if I can shrink it. I made it like 400 gigs on each, and I kind of wish I could steal back 200 gigs. I fucked up, so I bought 2 terabyte SSDs for each server at the time, because that seemed a reasonable amount. I don't know why I thought that was, I had no idea what I was going to do yet, so I think I just kind of bought something cheap. But I could have done 4 terabytes, I could have done 8 terabytes. And now I really wish I had done 8 terabytes. I wish I had done 2 8 terabytes. Ideally, so I could put them in RAID, and then if one died, I would still be okay. That would have been some work to set up, so I don't know if I would have bothered to do that, but definitely having an 8 terabyte SSD would have been better. And I would have more write lifetime, so the write lifetime scales with the NVMe size. So I would have like 3 or 4x the write lifetime, which would be, 20 years or something with these writes. That's all the goals for today. We're really getting far from where we want to be, which is working on happy groups. I want to make progress on happy groups, but I do want to get these things set up well, because once happy groups is running, I can't be doing this stuff, and also like people will want features, and so I just want to set this stuff up right initially. I have time. I think people underestimate like having time and how valuable time is. because I mean, like, like the Stardew Valley guy, you know, he spent 4 years on Stardew Valley, and like, you know, he's just not like he finished the game and then he, you know, he added updates and stuff onto it afterwards. But imagine if he had just released some half-assed version, it might have been okay. He might have been able to adapt after that. But yeah, once games are a little bit different because you can make big changes, but people don't like it when you just go into a cave for 2 years or whatever because they become impatient. So you have to account for that fact. Of course, the downside is if you spend all this time, nothing comes out of it, then are you still happy with what you did? For me, I don't really care. I want this thing to exist. I want it to be done well. And if I can't do that, then that's fine. Like if I get 6 months in and, you know, I set all this stuff up and there's no way in my head I'm not finishing this to some degree. And if I'm going to finish it, I'm going to do it right. That's kind of my thinking about it. And I can set, you know, not everything has to be done now. There's some stuff that can be easily done. But for example, like migrating to Forgejo, changing your whole CI architecture. The other thing, that part of the reason I was considering moving to is because I don't really like giving GitHub my code. It's not a huge issue. You should kind of assume that people have access to your code, but if you're doing an end-to-end encrypted service, you know, the more people know about your code base, the more they can try to infiltrate it and then start to do timing attacks and stuff. You can maybe never fully prevent this stuff, but you're trying to I mean, it's like if you have a gate around your house, someone can hop over the gate, but like the gate is going to make it harder for them to do that. And even if you have a gate and guards, someone can still sneak in past the guards potentially. But the point is when you're protecting other people's stuff, it's nice to set something up so that it's hard, at least, to you know, to infiltrate and then get more information than you want to, more information about the users than the users may want. Okay, I think that's pretty much an overview. I don't know what we're going to do about not having enough space in the long run, but we're going to hope SSD prices go down in the next year or two so that we can get by. I mean, this is the kind of fucked up thing, right? Is like, I want to kind of have this done in the next 6 months or so, existing, and I don't think SSD prices are going to come down in the next 6 months fully. So if I release it in 6 months, am I going to, like, before I release it, increase the SSD sizes? Am I going to add hard drives? I have no idea. And so the timescales are actually pretty short for pricing of stuff to change. But if I get everything done, you know, I can do a phase where I demo it and then get some people using it, like sort of in an alpha stage, see if people like it, see what features need to be added, and then potentially raise money. I don't really want to raise money, but maybe I could be a nonprofit or something like Signal, and then get people to donate money so that I can buy disks and servers and stuff. That'd probably be the ideal setup. One thing that kind of sucks about being a nonprofit is that it's hard to keep evolving the product and making it better. Because, like, you can find some amount of people who care about the idea. It's like enough to get people to join, but you can't get people to work all the time. It's just because they like the thing in theory. So my sense is that a lot of people who kind of like join ideological things, even when they're good, because that's what you'd want to hire, right? Are like the people who support the idea, who are also good. They could go make a lot of money somewhere else, and so it's hard to get them to like commit their whole life to some thing where they're like not even that well off afterwards. Some people might do it, but I think that's extremely rare. So like if you're a company where someone can make a lot of money so they'll never have to work again, then they're willing to kind of, you know, burn the midnight oil so that they can be much better off in the future. And if you're a nonprofit, that's not really possible. Well, maybe it is based on OpenAI. But you know, as a general thing. So maybe it's better to just stay so for profit and raise money, but that always assumes you're going to sell or go public or something like this, or make a lot of money one day. I mean, I think there's a real viable business model where you charge people for storage space and you can just not be a shitty company like Steam. Like people like Steam, you can just Valve, you can just be a company that's not shitty, you know, provides a good service and doesn't do shitty things to the customers. So yeah, there's a lot of models, but selling, it just also sucks. Like in 6 months, right? Like let's say I do a demo and I want to raise money. I could do it at some valuation, but if it's like, if I'm raising $100,000 or $200,000, it's like, well, I could just go make $100,000 or $200,000 by working a job. So I don't really want to sell like 10% of a thing I worked a lot of time on for $100,000. It's just not worth it. So ideally, if I were raising money, it would be at some millions of dollars where, you know, I'm not going to go make millions of dollars in a short period of time. And then that justifies selling, you know, 10, 15, 20% of the company, because that's an amount of money I just couldn't have that could get me to a next stage. But $100,000 or $200,000 is just like, there's no way that that amount of money gets me to a next stage. I mean, it can get me to the next stage, but it's just an amount of money I could go make. So it just kind of feels shitty to sell a large part of the thing you care a lot about for such a small amount of money. And I understand it's a large amount of money, but it's just, if you're working in software engineering, you can make that much money. Like it's possible to save that in, you know, a year. Okay, what are we doing? Come on, brain. Person? On our split keyboard. Typing practice. So I can barely see the screen because of how bright it is outside. I was learning Colemak DH on the Glove 80. Glove 80. Man, I spent maybe a month doing that some months ago. And now I've switched this keyboard back to QWERTY now. And I have a hard time typing QWERTY. I was at like 10 words per minute yesterday. And I was hitting like 80 today. So let's see what isn't old want theme school leave there to both. I'd like to be able to use this keyboard soon. Yeah, right now I'm going back to Colemak DH while I'm like talking at the same time. Colemak DH. Because I know when I've typed a key that's Colemak DH. Not terrible. I mean, I wasn't even close to this yesterday, so just got to keep doing this every day. But every night I sleep and my brain adapts. Kind of funny that the faster I type, like when I start typing faster, I have less issues because I'm not thinking about the keys and I'm kind of just doing it more like QWERTY, like my standard keyboard. The only thing too with the Glove 80 is that there's some things I notice my fingers do because of on QWERTY having the staggered layout on the kind of standard keyboard, and you can't do those same movements on the Glove 80 because it has the whatever it's called, orthonormal layout. Reach, go, even, give, consider, and About little play, still this school after right into I set person considered beware life. Right, use so feel move by open place. Not bad. I govern large down work plan into become word must interest could feel life means that run sheet possible over can such great presence that without here system program against turn but keep because home who need person year then like he right turn it back face it. I gotta do some work because I think I need to clean out the gutters today before it rains tomorrow. I don't have to, but do. It's gonna rain tomorrow morning. Over change good while play feed follow very present develop no feel which knows cool how good open work and just switch tell. Come on, crack 100. Become no late life end person govern large cause thing could under follow come call not stand here I'll follow present number help open with C system on use course 1 no never about most if more those all problem turn feel come should get it however before order 101 use some first program time word of over through stand just present then because world move help back house sing which one fact or lead 104 some from high just now through high same year seem at if govern day present vary of group point well only ask group sense 106 at must good take form own first system this consider place have fuck each run number well between much both man under from call during late life keep olds two after the home new nation real house play 2 now point other part fact or year interest all before right will consider now they also seem govern feel we one down good from open should govern other make work well same then only this need other such little good home and my brain. Let's slow it down a little bit. Few first during through show other come who work turn because now still keep would change back theme few general child only thing both back against just here up may what out point head into now then come on while to another nation. I need the I ordered weights for the glove 80 wheel weights that I can put on the bottom because this keyboard's just way too light. Plan the sum well it point then find the it point home possible see who oh my key came off. Deal. Base also that stand time house what work world like last do course fuck here world child fact who point stand to she interest own could not give change we if no then would as program overhand we high show change you theme want go layout see how and possible real 2 at some here leave to begin new follow do such change in run and small get fuck my keys keep coming. I keep hitting the number keys on the edge, pop them off. We most even each must then little move form what high when that for open few that tell little however move mean own feel word or good must early so can mean to through can I think set most state and old same consider present nation large child point because 06 some against I their head have which in early however they he lead during interest some set he show then real program very so great 120 now we're talking. Move want old wood keep nation again where off each keep from sense through of while keep however small time last against then course home they number with much around 8 how this keyboard shifts around between wood high nation large great might out front little like give school need order play keep around old between then any no back god public under open fact interest both public have one fuck use what no mean work without follow since you she so line you still would school she have and could you here just turn you then back hit one of the number keys be good take around through never still more a make we such need public beforehand while hand child if think social well down problem during around set play oh stop fucking coming off oh that's so annoying order set play who child into even public could also problem say even would down before help take now real also right she very first also against tell hand set other go hand right under should fact Do they see place of run between another large move plan back consider you? Person in general. Each between make over that move down develop look base then plan many ahead however whereby present old over tell still need right state. One more. Come on. People might still world that change please down a few how down for govern child set up after how well need show interest SD key or keeps fucking moving time 2 against your house run they course world great it say could that problem how looks small fucking key late while interest I as same C interest first great keep hitting keys next to keys and during base point man tell course the form to never the come still ask with then stand early high fact never own great first right do all some many home home to become to ask time there call man change you however follow where which then follow true all have safe when which feel which you if while without small sets state take late new very hold no house then before seem just lead very way down we're done and for now we'll do some other. Now I'm not going to be able to type on the normal keyboard. What is this? Let's see. Yeah, so it's saying we have these two series. Yeah, let's drop those two. We can always. I think our read latency must be high. How is our read latency sometimes like 20 milliseconds?
I read the kubelet scrape configuration file, replaced a comment about reducing histogram bucket cardinality with a note about dropping low-value histogram metrics. Decided to keep the sum and permission requested. Command to deploy Kubernetes cluster stacks excluding platform prod.
Can you take a look into why our read latency spikes in? You can query it yourself by using against.
Permission requested. Command to query 1M rate read latency for more granular view.
day in silence. Where are my slippers? Where's my notebook? My dreams, write them down. Write down your dreams. Write down your dreams. Don't forget to write down your dreams. More silence, more silence. And now, it's time to go. My journey to where I'm going is steady and still silent. I gather my belongings and my clothes, my garments, my gloves, my socks, my heels, and I put them together in a way that I'm telling a story with my appearance. The silence starts to break. I start to sing to myself and gauge how I feel. I put my clothes on. And still, more silence, more silence. Where's my water? Drink plenty of water. Be fluid, be one with water, be one with air. Preparing myself for the adventure, for the purpose of music, for the sound to grow within my belly. I am ready to start my day. I let my vocals carry me to the next moment.
Yeah.
Permission requested. Command to query 6H historical read latency for calculating walrus. Permission requested. Permission requested. Command to query 7-day read latency for calculating walrus. Permission requested. Command to query 7-day VM level read latency. Permission requested. Command to query 7-day. Permission requested. Command to query 7-day VM read latency for all Kubernetes VMs. Permission requested. Command to query 30-day read latency for Proxmox hosts. Permission requested. Command to query rate and irate over 7 days using user's exact. Permission requested. Command to check NVMe smart health on calculating walrus. I ran a series of kubectl queries to fetch read and write latency, I/O utilization, and NVMe smart health over 6 hours, 24. I reported that the deployment succeeded with all 6 stacks updated, and that the APA server request body, size bytes bucket, and APA server response sizes, bucket drops are now live.
This is the node exporter. This irate. That fixes it. You think we should switch to 30 seconds? Switch.
Permission requested. Command to check current ingestion rate. Permission requested. Command to query top 25 active series by metric name. Permission requested. Command to count active series for key metrics. I queried the TSDB status to see stale and historical series, then counted active metric names and retrieved active series counts for the top metrics. I also obtained the total active series count, checked the current ingestion rate, listed the top 25 active series by metric name, and counted active series for key metrics, noting that the APA server request body size bytes bucket and APA server response sizes bucket metrics had 0 active series.
Why is there such a small impact on... We should add an alert if we ever have more than like 100,000 active series, but I wonder... 54,000 somewhere.
It seems there's no text provided. Please provide the text you'd like me to clean for text-to-speech conversion. I'll remove markdown formatting and code blocks, expand abbreviated units, and expand file extensions to full names.
Series count and sample rate aren't proportional because those histogram series come from very few scrape targets. API server request duration bucket had 557,000 time series, but those only come... But those only come from around 15 API server instances. Each API server just has 10 label combinations. And as Kubernetes pod scripts hundreds of pod targets each week, getting half the buckets. While the pod scraping alone, there's 60,000 samples. Sample rate equals number of scrape targets times high cardinality histogram metrics are expensive in storage, but cheap in ingestion. Target. So why don't the high cardinality metrics impact? The real win from dropping those series is dex-slash.
It seems there is no text provided. Please provide the text you would like me to clean for text-to-speech. I will remove markdown formatting, code blocks, expand abbreviated units, and expand file extensions to full names.
But a 250,000 active series. Compared to VM singles total write rate. Series count drives index size memory. Sample rate drives in total data on disk. Could we add a high cardinality alerts? Get over 100,000.
Permission requested. Command to check native cardinality metrics in the KiwiM GMT prod environment. I examined the existing VM alerts and the infra-index TypeScript file, confirmed that VM single does not provide a native per metric cardinality metric, and then updated the Victoria metrics alert definitions file to add ingestion health and cardinality alerts while refining the comment for the high metric ingestion rate alert. After making those edits, I ran the type check command to verify that the changes compiled correctly. It seems there is no text provided for me to clean and convert for text-to-speech. Please provide the text you would like me to work with. I'll be happy to assist you. Permission requested. Test query directly on VM single to see error. Recommended increasing the search. Max unique time series limit to 5 million, noting that the VM single with 12 GB of memory can handle it, and also suggested keeping the alert scoped to bucket metrics because it's a cheaper query and targets the real cardinality issues.
Instead of the expensive per metric cardinality query on total active series growth.
I read the Victoria metrics alert configuration file, edited it to replace the per metric active series query with the internal VM cache entries type equals storage/metric name metric, and updated the alert name and description to focus on total active series growth. Then ran a type check command to verify the changes. The new alert triggers when the internal metric exceeds 4 million entries, indicating a cardinality explosion, and you can investigate the offending metric via the /API/v1/status/tsdb endpoint.
So bad. Didn't we get up?
I read the Victoria metrics alert configuration file and then edited the alert definition, renaming it from high series cardinality to series cardinality spike, and updating the comment to describe a sudden increase in active series that signals a cardinality explosion. I explained that the alert now triggers when more than 100,000 new series appear within 1 hour, which is far above normal churn and works regardless of whether the total series count is 3 million or 10 million, without requiring expensive queries or a maintained threshold.
I don't think that label works because, like,
Permission requested. Command to check current new series creation rate. I identified VM new time series created total as the correct metric for tracking newly created series, ran a kubectl command to view its current rate, and noted the baseline of about 21,000 new series per hour. Then, I edited the relevant YAML file, replacing the comment about active series with one about the new time series counter, and updating the alert description to reference a spike in new time series creation.
Alert on a spike, the new time series. But on a spike new time. Okay, let's see what this metric is. I don't think this works. When I look at that over last 3 hours, a huge spike.
Permission requested. Command to check new series spike timing over last 3 hours. I ran a kubectl command to check the spike timing, and found about 20,000 new series appeared in a 10-minute window during the recent deploy, which aligns with the rolling restarts creating new pod names and metrics. I explained that the VM new time series created total metric naturally spikes on each deploy, that the current 100,000 threshold is comfortably above the observed 20,000 spike, and suggested we could keep the threshold, raise it to 200,000, or switch to a ratio-based alert if we want more deploy headroom. I asked what you think about these options. Edited the monitoring configuration file for Victoria metrics alerts, removing the comment line about the VM new time series created total counter, and deleting the comment block describing the series cardinality spike alert.
Is there a way to check?
I explained that because all scrapes occur at the same 15-second interval, the series count per metric reflects its ingestion contribution, and I showed how to query the TSDB status endpoint with a kubectl command to get a quick overview that includes stale series. I noted that the index hasn't been compacted yet, so active series are lower, and I outlined a practical workflow. Use the TSDB status for a fast overview, spot check individual metrics with count, and examine per job scrape rates to identify the biggest sample generators. explained that cardinality and sample ingestion rate are related but not the same, and showed how to get a per job breakdown of ingestion rates using a vmagent query. I also noted that Victoria Metrics does not track ingestion rates per metric name, so the practical workaround is to manually spot check specific metrics with a count query. I created a task to research per metric ingestion rate tracking in Victoria Metrics, another task to investigate vmagent per target series count metrics, and a third task to deploy the pending changes to the mgmt prod environment.
I think we're going to expand repetition. Could we paste the purge?
Permission requested. Command to deploy pending alert changes to all cluster stacks. I explained that shrinking a Ceph OSD logical volume involves removing the OSD, rebalancing data, shrinking the volume and re-adding it, and that converting the core prod agent's 512 GB raw LVM volumes to QCOW2 could free more space than shrinking Ceph. I then created tasks to investigate storage expansion, deploy the platform prod, bare metal and platform prod cluster Pulumi stacks, and commit phase 1 progress, and I updated existing tasks by marking several as deleted and adding blocked by relationships.
when I do that. I don't know how to put it back in.
Permission requested. Command to check Ceph and LVM layout on calculating walrus. Permission requested. Command to check LVM layout on Comguppy. Permission requested. Command to check LVM layout on Witty Chipmunk. Permission requested. Command to check VM 125 identity and disk usage on calculating walrus. Permission requested. Command to check VM 122 identity and disk. Permission requested. Command to check VM 126 identity and disk usage on Witty Chipmunk. Permission requested. Command to check VM 125 details and Ceph RBD usage on calculating walrus. I marked task 20 as in progress and investigated Proxmox storage by SSHing into the 3 nodes, checking Ceph usage, LVM layouts, and the configurations of VMs 100. I executed the relabeling comparison query and marked tasks 11. The research agent's results are already incorporated in my summary above. All good. Both research agents confirmed the same findings. Everything is already summarized above. Ready for your next move.
Planes expose API server metrics. Do you think there's any investigation? Yep. Each node has 13.
It seems like you didn't provide any text for me to clean. Please provide the text you would like me to clean, and I will be happy to assist you.
Oh, DevVM. Let's shrink. Honestly, not urgently. The system is in reasonable shape. This gets 70%.
Permission requested. Command to check Ceph file system type and status.
It's main thing I'm worried about is SSD only have right.
Permission requested. Command to check RBD pool replication and OSD metadata. It seems like you forgot to. Permission requested. Exit plan mode. Permission requested. Command to mark OSD2 out on Witty Chipmunk. Permission requested. Command to wait for Ceph rebalance after OSD2 outage.
So this is working, so we're using the 8.5 while Ceph is rebalancing.
Permission requested. Command to deploy scrape interval across all clusters. I updated the scrape interval from 15 seconds to 30 seconds, and the scrape timeout from 10 seconds to 25 seconds in both the TypeScript types file and the production configuration. Verified that alert windows and deduplication settings would still work, ran a type check, and then launched a deployment to apply the new settings across all clusters. Permission requested. Command to check Ceph health detail after OSD2 outage. Permission requested. Command to wait for OSD2 to fully drain all PGs.
That's pretty cool. You can see the rebalance. Peaking at around 1.5 gigabits per second. I want to continue with the other thing, but the other thing needs to look at the steady state write volume. And can't do that while it's rebalancing. So we'll have to wait until this is all done.
Permission requested. Command to check Proxmox host disk writes by device. Permission requested. Command to check 1 hour average NVMe write rate. Permission requested. Command to check DM device I/O activity. It seems like you forgot to provide the text. Please paste the text you'd like me to clean and convert for text-to-speech, and I'll be happy to assist you. Permission requested. Command to check current ingestion rate after 30s interval change. Permission requested. Command to check VM single VM disk write rates after interval change. Permission requested. Command to check ingestion rate with 2M window. I created a task to investigate the steady-state NVMe write rate on all 3 Proxmox hosts when Ceph is not rebalancing. Then I ran bash commands to query the current ingestion rate and per VM disk write rates for the VM single pod via the monitoring endpoint. I also adjusted the query to use a 2-minute window to capture more recent data and isolate the VM single writes. Permission requested. Command to stop and purge OSD2, zap Ceph metadata on Witty Chipmunk. Permission requested. Measure VM single container level write bytes over 30 seconds. Permission requested. Command to shrink Ceph OSDLV, extend PVE data, and resize ext4 on Witty Chipmunk. Permission requested. Recreate OSD on Witty Chipmunk's 256G logical volume. Permission requested. Command to check OSD2 status on Witty Chipmunk. Permission requested. Permission requested. Command to calculate VM single write rate delta. I measured the write bytes for the VM single 0, VM single 1, and VM single 2 containers over a 30-second interval. Then I calculated the write rate deltas using the before and after byte counts, producing the per second write rates for each pod. Permission requested. Final verification of Witty Chipmunk after Ceph OSD shrink. Permission requested. Command to check ComGuppy backfilling status. Permission requested. Wait for all PGs to be active and clean before starting ComGuppy. Permission requested. Command to mark OSD0 out on ComGuppy and wait for drain. Permission requested. Command to verify OSD0 drain completion on ComGuppy. Permission requested. Command to wait for OSD0 to fully drain on ComGuppy. Permission requested. Command to check OSD0 drain status on ComGuppy. Permission requested. Command to verify OSD0 drain status on ComGuppy. Permission requested. Wait for OSD0 drain to complete on ComGuppy. Permission requested. Wait for OSD0 drain to complete on ComGuppy. Permission requested. Command to check OSD 0 drain status. Permission requested. Command to check PG stat on ComGuppy server after a 60-second wait. Permission requested. Command to check PG status on ComGuppy server after 90 seconds wait. Permission requested. Command to perform final check on OSD 0 drain. Permission requested. Command to purge and manage Ceph storage on ComGuppy. Permission requested. Command to execute steps 26 on ComGuppy. Permission requested. Recreate OSD on ComGuppy and wait for rebalance. Permission requested. Command to check ComGuppy's current state. Permission requested. Command to wait for Ceph rebalance on ComGuppy. Permission requested. Command to check Ceph status on calculating walrus. Permission requested. Permission requested. Command to mark OSD 1 out on calculating walrus and wait for drain. Permission requested. Command to purge and reconfigure calculating walrus server. Permission requested. Recreate OSD on calculating walrus and perform final system checks. Permission requested. Command to wait for Ceph rebalance completion and verify node status.
Fuck. Fuck.
Permission requested. Command to check Ceph cluster state. Permission requested. Command to check calculating while restored. Permission requested. Command to check ComGuppy. Permission requested. Command to check Witty Chipmunk storage. I reported that all 3 nodes completed, showing the updated PVE data of 966 gigabytes, PVE Ceph OSD of 256 gigabytes, and free space of 423 gigabytes on Calculating Walrus, 366 gigabytes on ComGuppy, and 453 gigabytes on Witty Chipmunk. I noted the Ceph cluster now totals 3 times 256 gigabytes for a total of 768 gigabytes, with 187 gigabytes used, 24.3%. Health okay, all OSDs up and in, and that backfilling is still completing, but no data is degraded. I highlighted that each node gained roughly 160 gigabytes of usable space, providing plenty of room for the platform cluster virtual machines. Permission requested. Command to check current NVMe write rate per Proxmox host. Permission requested. Command to break down writes by device per Proxmox host.
Ah. Another fact with group last May. Field between they state or seem not come house follow. How you doing, pup? Up to girl? Probably end early today so I can go clean the gutters, and maybe I'll just kind of clean up around the house a little bit. I wish I could pause the stream and start again later, because like around 7 or so I'll want to be working again when it's dark. But I'll also take a sauna today, so I don't know. I just wish I could pause the stream and then like come back for an hour, but streaming platforms don't seem to have that. I don't want to start another stream because it shows up as another stream on the platform as a recording, and it notifies everyone again, which the own way this not become child with possible may plan with find man who that run but early most than first. No leave interest people number course he home each between govern will play be never win from to fact public about in overturn will some govern more. Now over they find real nation from right general I give talk and ask under and right some group also out need present program which off now leave much many do head people plan will say head. Right, enough. That's enough.
Permission requested. Command to check Ceph health status. Permission requested. Command to get NVMe write rate 30M average. Permission requested. Command to display NVMe write rate per host over a 2-minute window. Permission requested. Command to display all device write rates per host over a 2-minute window. Permission requested. Command to display per VM write rates grouped by Proxmox host within a 2-minute window. I ran several kubectl commands to fetch NVMe write metrics and device breakdowns from the monitoring pod, then analyzed the data. I found that each host maintains a steady write rate of roughly 4.2 to 4.5 megabytes per second, with the DM1 device accounting for about 3.75 megabytes per second, 89% of the total. I also broke down the per VM write rates across all clusters to show which virtual machines are contributing to the load. Permission requested. Command to verify vmagent scrape interval configuration. Permission requested. Command to verify VM single dedup interval. Permission requested. Command to check vmagent scrape config global interval. Permission requested. Command to check write rates on mgmt prod agent nodes. Permission requested. Command to get full labels for top writers on calculating walrus. Permission requested. Command to get C group IDs of non-pod writers. I verified that the vmagent scrape interval is set to 30 seconds, checked the VM single dedup interval, inspected the global scrape configuration, examined per pod write rates on the management production agent nodes, retrieved full labels for the unknown top writers, and obtained their C group IDs. I explained that the write rate breakdown shows VM single at 0.58 megabytes per second, 43%, system overhead at 0.67 megabytes per second, 50%, and VL single at 0.1 megabytes per second, 7%. Confirming that the scrape interval change halved VM single writes, while the remaining load is unavoidable system overhead.
I don't think so. No, 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 no.
Permission requested. Command to check CPU load averages on Proxmox hosts. Permission requested. Command to display CPU usage breakdown by mode per host.
I'll have to check this again later after everything's kind of steady state. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a hard time keeping the writes below 4 megabytes per second or so.
Permission requested. Command to display per VM CPU usage grouped by Proxmox host.
Not terrible, but it means like these drives are gonna die within 5 years.
Permission requested. Command to display per VM
just
CPU
roughly.
usage grouped by Proxmox host.
Okay. Just plan whenever SSDs are cheap again.
Permission requested. Command to display
Again,
per VM
if I want to
CPU
launch this
usage
sometime
for
this
kilowatt
year,
metrics.
I'm going to hard drives. I'm probably gonna want to build a whole new. It's pretty painful that
Permission requested. Command to display per VM CPU utilization
like if I raised
percentage.
money, I would be having to spend so much than I would have before. Maybe it's just a good reason to make this shit all efficient, more efficient. Well, maybe that's something I'll focus on a bit. It's just that's why this is such a problem,
Permission
because like
requested.
I don't have
Command
time
to
on this.
display
If I let
absolute
this keep
CPU
running
cores
for a
per
year or
VM
2
group
years,
by
that where
host.
you can't get it back. Can't like make your shit more efficient later and be fine. Efficiency in that sense, just reducing storage size of different stuff, not storing as much stuff. That's easier to do later, but not easy.
I executed a series of kubectl commands to query the Prometheus API for overall CPU load, usage breakdown by mode, per VM CPU usage, and absolute core counts across the 3 Proxmox hosts. I noted that the calculating Walrus host is using roughly twice the CPU of the other 2 hosts, almost entirely in user space, and I retrieved both per VM percentage utilization and absolute core numbers to compare against the host totals. Permission requested. Command to check top CPU processes on calculating Walrus. Permission requested. Command to show top CPU processes on calculating Walrus. Permission requested. Command to retrieve current CPU. Permission requested. Command to check Conguppy CPU usage. Permission requested. Map KVM PIDs to VM names on calculating Walrus. Permission requested. Command to sum total KVM CPU on calculating Walrus. I SSH'd into the calculating Walrus and Conguppy hosts and used top and batch mode to see real-time CPU usage, then mapped the KVM process IDs to their corresponding virtual machines. I discovered that the remote dev Jordan Garside VM was consuming about 175% CPU on calculating Walrus, making it the second highest CPU consumer, and explaining the extra cores used on that host. And I verified the total KVM CPU usage on both hosts. Permission requested. Command to
I
check
wanna
top
clean the
CPU
gutters.
consumers on MGMT Prod. Permission requested. Command to show top processes on MGMT Prod agent Conguppy. Permission requested. Command to try Node Shell with SH wrapper on a Kubernetes cluster. Permission requested. Command to run kubectl Node Shell with correct flag order. Permission requested. Command to show top processes on MGMT Prod Conguppy.
Traffic.
I ran kubectl node shell commands to list the top CPU consuming processes on the calculating
Traffic
Walrus and
is-
ComGuppy management agents, then compared the results side by side. I found that Traffic was using 46, 9% CPU, and vmoth 25, 5% on calculating Walrus, while they did not appear in the top processes on ComGuppy, accounting for roughly 72% extra CPU, or about 1.15 cores. I explained that the high usage is likely due to Traffic handling all ingress traffic, such as Grafana and VM single UI, and vmoth proxying remote write and query traffic to the VM single instances, especially from active browsing sessions.
Okay.
Permission requested. Command to check which node owns the Traffic load balancer IP. Permission requested. Command to check which node runs the Traffic pod.
Yeah, so we lose these spikes now because the CPU is not as busy. This is when we reduced the metrics
I
load.
confirmed that the
The
single
CPU
Traffic
is not as
replica
busy now.
runs on the calculating Walrus node, and that all remote write traffic from the 12 vmagent instances across 6 clusters passes through it, causing high CPU usage on that node and on vmoth. I explained the traffic flow and suggested either having the vmagents write directly to vmoth or adding more Traffic replicas to distribute the load.
I'm not a fan of having the clusters talk to each other using the internal host names and IPs. I'd rather external traffic to the cluster go through a gateway. That way you can do things like service policies and network policies. Yeah, it's really nice to see this. Not getting these 8 millisecond spikes on internal DNS requests. We still get some because we still have high enough CPU load, but yeah, I set up the monitoring a little bit too aggressively. Which is why we went from 440 megabytes per second to now we're at 40. I reduced the load by 1/10 to 1/10 by 9/10. Let me fix this too. Yep, little issues here and there. That's why these dashboards are just super helpful, because you can kind of see the whole behavior of the system. And if you don't have these prepared, it's so much harder to debug stuff. And if you have sort of shitty versions or ones with just a bunch of charts that you don't know, it's a lot harder to know what to like what you have available to you. And you have a lot more noise. So happy about this. Okay, I think I'll stop in about an hour and a half, like 3, 4, to try to go maybe 3. Try to go clean the gutters and stuff. Yeah, so I'll stop around 3. We gotta clean the gutters before it rains tomorrow. And I'll probably just clean up some other stuff too. Now, this is all dealt with. We can create the platform cluster. Am I done with this? Yeah, I don't think we can get these rights down anymore. That's 15 minutes. This is still pretty high rights. I don't know if I can do much about that. Let's see what tasks. Continue cleaning up access rights to disk. That's done. Yeah, now this is what we gotta do. We should probably set up some bucket policies for... We should probably set up some bucket policies for the Volumi state and Ceph object storage. We sync that to GCP as a backup. I'm not sure if we set policies on Ceph if the R clone will delete old objects. We don't have a ton of objects there, but right now keep growing indefinitely. What we'll do now, then we'll set up the platform prod cluster and then migrating. Is com guppy at 8 megabytes per second? I'll just check it again later. See if it stabilizes.
I explained that the bucket is only using about 18 gigabytes across roughly 9,250
18
objects,
gigabytes.
which is just 2.3% of the 768 gigabytes of Ceph capacity, and that the main concern is whether rclone is running in sync mode, which could cause deletions to propagate to
Those are a
GCS
few hundred
versus
kilobytes
copy mode,
each, so
which
growth rate is
safely preserves
slow.
history. I recommended
rclone
switching
concern.
rclone to copy mode, adding a GCS lifecycle policy for old history objects after 180 days, and a shorter Ceph RGW lifecycle policy of 30 to 60 days, and then asked if I should check the rclone configuration or focus on completing the platform cluster deployment. Want me to check the rclone config to see what mode it's using? Or would you rather focus on finishing the platform cluster deployment first? The Ceph OSD resize should be done rebalancing by now.
Switch rclone to copy mode. GCS is cheap. I wonder how much it is. It says it's cheap. Let's see. See how cheap it is. I believe it. I know it's cheap, but object storage bucket. Cost billing. Cost Explorer, cost breakdown? Sure. usage cost. A lot. Why is it so high? Cloud monitoring is $23 because I hit the API? Okay, we need to do something. Let's see. Mod. Our cloud monitoring costs in GCP are pretty high. Are they charging us every time we query for it with, what is that called? Order. What the frick is that? CTL get namespaces. Context kiwi management prod. Monitoring CP. Just namespace. Get pods. Stack driver order. And then cloud storage is $4. Man, $30 is so much. This way Ceph stays lean. Do we need? Is there a way to see the cloud storage? What is this? Storage cost breakdown in GCP. I see we're paying around $3 a month. But I don't know how much of that is bandwidth costs versus storage costs. Maybe you can see with Gcloud. CLI? We gotta fix this issue. KMS is $3. DM is $2. Networking.
Permission requested. Command to list GCP billing accounts and projects. Permission requested. Command to list first 20 GCP projects.
Yeah, so last month it was like $10. This month it's like
and monitoring
$35.
GCP references. Examine the Victoria Metrics agent configuration files, including. I explained that you don't need Pulumi history because the current state file is what matters, and that the storage cost of the backup bucket is only pennies, while most of the roughly $4 per month spent comes from cloud DNS and KMS. I recommended skipping lifecycle policies for now and just periodically deleting old Pulumi/history objects with a simple script, then moving on to finish the platform cluster deployment. Permission requested. Command to list GCP billing accounts. Permission requested. Permission requested. Command to check bill. Permission requested. Command to list uptime checks in shared infra project.
Can I ask me for every one of
Permission
these?
requested.
Let's stop this.
Permission requested.
I spent this much on cloud monitoring. It's happening because the export queries the GCP API on every VM agent scrape every 30 seconds, not every 5 minutes. The interval 5-minute setting is for the chart only. Time window for the query, not the scrape frequency. Yes, the stack driver exporter is causing $23 charge. Exporter makes GCP monitoring on every scrape, not every 5 minutes. The interval setting only control. The numbers, 56 million API calls per month. Fixes increase the VM agent scrape interval for this target. The GCP metrics change slowly. I gotta fix this, but it's not like super urgent. It's costing me $1 a day. So, try to fix it in the next couple days or so. Hopefully this fixes it. 10 divided by 30 would be 1/20th. So yeah, then it would cost $1 per month if we lowered it to 10 minutes from 30 seconds. It'd be 1/20th. I wanted to save money. The DNS zones. Let's see. The G-Cloud API calls. $27 keys. Wow, they charge so much. That's crazy. That's so annoying. That's who that is. I see. Is that not correct? $10 or 5 minutes? So it would either be $1 a month or $2 a month. If I wanted to do every 5 minutes. I think every 5 minutes or every day. Do they need to update the alerts? Why did it log me out? You kidding me? I just logged in. Only reference to stack driver exporter. They switched to push-based metrics. So we're not even using the GCP metrics now? Go ahead and switch the slow scrape to 5 minutes and just deployment. We can keep it in there. And disable by commenting. Oop. Yes. Can you update the comments? At 30 seconds to 5 minutes, we would have a lot lower costs. It just doesn't. Just doesn't make sense to do it all if we're not. Billing reports, and that says billing report the group by view, filter to cloud storage. I do that. Label services. There we go. Okay, this is 44 cents. And why is it high? Oh, this is just this month. You 1 1 to 2 1. The storage itself is data transfer is also pretty cheap. So whatever this is, the operations, maybe from our clone itself. I mean, this is like $2 a month. It's not really worth dealing with, but I just like to get it down. There it is. 278,000 operations. That's 73% of your storage bill. Class A and GCS includes list, put, delete. Culprit is clear 3 nodes, 24 syncs a day, 5,000 objects, tons of list, put operations. Each rclone sync lists the full bucket, compares and writes diffs. 3 easy wins. Run rclone on 1 node instead of 3. They're all doing the same sync redundantly. Reduce frequency. Let's go ahead and reduce to running on 2 nodes instead of 3 and reduce to once every 8 hours. Also going to go ahead and switch it single region as well. And we're going to need to update the sync alerts. Alerts, metrics / alert groups. Groups, infra. sure it was manually at. That. GCP shared infra. It was created manually. Can we just import it to our piece? Go ahead and create this up because we need to compact. That should fix the cost issue. Pay $20 this month, but whatever. What was I gonna do? Why was I looking at Google Cloud. Oh, because we were gonna cut down how much storage space, but yeah, it's not gonna matter. Okay. Disable back exporter. Back exporter metric collection thing. Which GCS bucket, we need bucket to single region and reduce frequency backups to reduce cost. Yep, so the next thing is to set up the platform prod cluster. That's all done. What's the state of this? And let me go ahead and turn text to speech back on. VM agent. Wait, is this pulls in the existing bucket? That creates a new one? Why did you get rid of the underscore? Also, shouldn't we use west? One. UE, US West 1. This to deploy. Typing. Out. Oh. Mm. Move even, little move share and Google Cloud Storage rsync. Let me say backup. Much form on. New bucket matches the old one. Now let me deploy. This. Right hand follow other man with mean she much need long man such. Oh. Why are you to install Ansible? It deploys by deploying the do name executor script. What? Oh. Really? Ansible. Huh. Can we make a prototype? You help I can hold ask over after from. Consider it early this place. Call to bring leave by. Let's course open. Person that not and leave. Oh fuck. Do might give part begin so it it'll be program. Yeah. Mm. You and find give alert. Let's see. Gotta get to 120. $120. Nice. Okay, let's see if I can do it consistently. Each off of around 18. Not too bad. Deploying that, and then we should be able to create the new cluster. Oh. General early tell. Is home use from give. Nope, do not commit. Type check passes. Not committing yet. We need to deploy There's a lot of changes. I got to commit all these. Yeah, that's what I'll try to do before I wrap up today. Deploy this, commit all this stuff, and then I'll go gutters. Deploying system now. Life system also could make take who like late consider only in place. I messed up the last word. Playing. Let's switch up the let's do quotes. This is gonna be louder. Shift. Whenever you are about to fault with someone, ask yourself the following question. Backspace. What? Oh. Yeah, this is hard. Okay. Shift. All the punctuations in different places. Okay. If cows and horses or lions had hands. Still deploying. Actually, I don't think I've typed X on this keyboard on any of those words. Ben's callback hides the actual error details. Jake can kill a smile. Song in your face. Man, X and C are so hard. Great. Not working right. Having a lot of trouble deploying. Thanks. Are you heading out? Spinning gutters is not my favorite thing to do, but yep. See you, Darcy. Thanks. Now you get the weekend. Yeah, I wasn't, luckily, I pushed my changes, but now I have a backup, so all my stuff, all my code, like if I haven't pushed it, it backs up to my MacBook now. So if something happened to the servers, then it's fine. But yeah, I need to just commit my changes more and push them more often. So I'm gonna start doing that, but I have an extra backup now. I should have had it in the first place, but, and also hopefully my stuff doesn't break anymore because I implemented some more alerting. So hopefully none of that ever happens again, but yeah, definitely got lucky. The nice thing is with the videos, like if I had to recreate it all, I could have, and it wouldn't have been nearly as hard because I would have already had some of from the videos I would have been able to see what I did and what I decided and stuff. So wouldn't have been terrible. It just would not have been fun. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the trouble now is I'm like doing all this other stuff that's like helpful for building the website, but it's not like directly contributing to building the website. And most people would kind of just skip doing that stuff. But I'm trying to take my time so that I actually like working on it. Because if it's going to take me like a large amount of time, one thing is if you kind of push all the stuff off that would make it easier to work on, then whenever you release it, if anyone ends up liking it, you end up having to spend all this time trying to fix stuff you should have just done in a better way in the first place, and that can be okay. But once you give it to people, they want new features, right? And so if you end up spending like a couple months after you give it to people fixing stuff, they're usually not very happy about it. So I'd rather just take my time, do stuff right. But yeah, definitely cost me more. As long as I keep motivation, it's not too bad. But just gotta keep making progress. Running a marathon. I'll put one foot in front of the other. So anyways, have a good weekend, Darcy. Thanks. Okay, let's see. Then saw him pick up. Oh, okay, what is it? Why is this not? DNS isn't set up for the new cluster yet. Oh, that makes sense. Let me find the VMIP Proxmox. That makes sense. Five. This is expected. Until the CNI is deployed. So the Ansible script is waiting for the node to be ready, but they're not ready. Ready because we haven't deployed yet. How do we deploy the CNI? End up compacting. For existing clusters, CNI is already running. Phase 5 writes the service file. Restart handler. For new clusters, K3. Oh, but there's no CNI. Oh. Oh! I really need this to finish up because I need to go do the gutters before it gets dark. Gotta go do the gutters, Miss Pup. to add a task to ensure K3s spread between I'll check. I kind of need to 3D print one of these. I bought a one on Amazon, but it had a handle on the back, which was kind of stupid. So you put it on a pole, but then the handle ends up blocking you from being able to scrape it across the entire. Let's see if I can print this. I would need to lock. Awesome. Platform prod is working, which means I need to stop. See if there needs to be anything updated. I'm gonna call that the stream. Tonight I'll probably just commit all this stuff. Maybe do some small stuff. So anyways, thanks for watching, anyone. Catch you later.